Merp. I see you, Linus. Good morning. How you doing today? We're gonna be playing some more Kerbal today. So, let's see what we can do here. First things first, let's see if the game crashes. the game does I don't know why, but my current streaming setup does love to make the game crash once in a while. Specifically when I switch back from either a starting or a be right back screen. Hey! You okay? Well, I'm glad you're okay. I hope it gets even better. So, we are now here in career mode. There is a few things here. That relay probe launcher. Specifically. That's not a relay probe launcher at all. That's a probe. That's literally one of the relays. Okay. That's number 1. So this is actually relay number 2. There we go. Good morning, Sir Spindly Bone. I will always love that name. Sir Spindly Bones is just hilarious to me. I love it. Okay, so those relays are in place now, and I don't even have to bother with them anymore. They're just there, relaying. They've basically got infinite battery, and that's all they do. It's a battery and a relay, and that's it. That's all it does. And that's all it should be doing. Now we got a few things going on here. We've got the RSS miner here, which, from what I'm seeing, is absolutely due for a docking maneuver. Also, this music is very loud. There we go. So, this thing, we're gonna go ahead and dock that onto the space station as our first maneuver of the day. Aha! There it is. There's the station. The path of closest encounter is going to be at 7.5 kilometers. We're basically there already. Okay. So let's figure this out. I need to find my target vector. That's my anti-target vector. So the target vector should be on the opposite side of the nav ball. There it is. And now that here tells me I am pointing straight at the space station. So, I'm going to do a slight boost. Just like that. I'm going to gain a bit of speed. But more importantly, we got a lot closer. Good morning, Manda. How you doing today? At least this time you don't have to go back to bed. Or maybe. Depends. I don't know what time zone you live in. Sirens? Oh, you live in a hurricane zone, don't you? That's gotta be. I hope everything's fine. Alright, we are now within physics range of that space station. So I'm going to want to dock this thing quite close. There we go. That's so much crochet to do. Sheesh. I wouldn't even know where to start if I wanted to crochet, well, anything, really. Slow right on down. We're actually not far off at all from a proper docking target. We're 20 meters away. That is basically just like a perfect approach right there. Absolutely wonderful. Do you know what? We're gonna dock on this one there. Okay. Gotta get things made. Be lurking and working. All right. Well, thank you. Just thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being there. All right. So now it's really just a matter of getting things lined up. So I'm going to be spinning the ship a bit until the camera angle makes sense for my controls. Basically what I'm doing right now is I'm spinning the ship. I'm giving it 90 degrees and stopping it there. And then I hit W and I check if it tilts forward. It's not tilting forward. It's actually going to the side. So I think that 90 degrees this way is actually going to give me the angle that I want. That. I'm also going to retract the solar panels here so they don't bump into anything as I try to dock. And now we go to docking mode and I hit A, it should go left like that. Yes. So now it can go down and W goes forward. So this is how I'm able to this is how I'm able to kind of control things in very close proximity like this. Is just get the angle right, get the camera angle right, as well as the ship angle compared to the camera. And always keep it under a meter per second. Going faster than a meter per second at this range is just extremely dangerous and honestly a bit foolish. There we go. We're coming along quite nicely. Very, very smooth, actually. Yep. There we go. A little bit backward. We're at a tiny bit of an angle, but that shouldn't be too bad. Oh. There we go. Magnetic clamps are kicking in now. Bam. Frickin' beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. Because now if I do, I wanna test this. Because I saw the Fill Me Up Scotty thingy on the docking port, and I'm not sure which way it goes, so okay, it goes that way. So if I choose like the lower docking port here, it evenly drains from everything else. So I'm guessing it drained even a bit from that. Yeah. So I should always be very careful here. But it basically drains everything evenly to refill my ship. Okay. And now the next thing I'm going to want to do, really, is land this thing on Minmus. And start drilling. So, one thing I'm very importantly going to want to do here back here. There's the scanner. I'm going to toggle the overlay on the surface scanner here so that we could see some good spot for mining. That plane, that lower plane right there, seems to be basically perfect. And is also very, very likely where I'm going to want to establish a mining base on Minmus. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to control from here, from the cupola, because I do believe that we got a tiny bit of spin going on here. So I'm going to try to kind of reduce that a little. Just toggling on SAS, on and off, until it stabilizes. Specifically pointing at anti-normal if I can. Just to keep the orientation of the station in a way that makes sense. At least to me. At this kind of weight, on this kind of setup that is very, very, very weird. It can cause some issues here. Now, the other thing that we did when we got here was to bring in these things. These two little buggers. And these two little buggers have a purpose. A very specific purpose. We're gonna need Seaberry to EVA out. We're gonna need Seaberry to get out there. And we're gonna need him Where is Seaberry right now? He's there. He's on the He's on the crane. Okay. Yay for magnetic clamps. I get you, Sir Spindly Bones. I love magnetic clamps. They've saved my booty several times. They also do some really weird shit with the physics engines sometimes. Okay. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go back to the tracking station and we're gonna reload that station because loading out and back onto a ship resets the physics, and resetting the physics is very much what I need to do right now. It was getting a bit of spin that I didn't like at all. So I want to try to stabilize it, and by just resetting physics, it does give me that option. Okay. So I should always remind myself to shut down engines I am not using here. Specifically, because if I hit shift by mistake and something start boosting, we could be in a world of hurt. And I don't want that. So, here's a couple things that we want to do now. If we look back on the map, and hide the old nav ball, we can see that we now have an experimental station deployed right there. These big fuel tanks, I'm going to want to empty as much as possible. But I want to keep a bit of fuel in. I want to keep just enough fuel in to be able to crash them on the moon. So, like a few hundred units like what I got right now is basically perfect. Because these two big tanks are obfuscating extra docking ports and stuff that I want to clear out. But I didn't want these tanks to go to waste. I want to harvest them for science. So these two tanks, I'm going to want to crash down onto Minmus as close to the experiment station as I can for seismometer data. So that's what we're gonna, that's gonna be our second order of the day. And this is why I have these little containers here. These little containers, very specifically, have a probe core, a bit of RCS fuel, and a cargo storage unit containing a docking port. So we're gonna have Seaberry hop out, grab the docking port, attach it to the side of the tank, dock that little thing onto the tank, and then decouple it. And then we'll have control of the tank itself as a separate ship that we can then crash down onto the moon. We're going to have to do this twice because there's 2 tanks, but we'll do them one at a time and we'll try to be methodical about it. This one is the trickier one. This one here is going to be simpler because there's nothing really in the way over there. So I will experiment first with the dark side tank here. Because there's less stuff to bump into. So Seaberry's gonna step out right now. We're gonna go in jetpack mode here. Start going down. I'm gonna want to pin down Seaberry's inventory here. Wait, what? It doesn't have a docking port? Oh no. Okay, that one does. Okay, I have an idea. I could do this. I can do this. I can still do this. So, come on. Come here. There. Okay. Let's pin this. That one can go. Okay. I'm gonna need to go straight into construction mode here. I need to get a bit closer to... I can't fire the jetpack when I'm holding something, so kind of have to be going the right way already. There. Let's put that just about the middle of the tank. There. Right there. Just laser beam it into place. Very nice. Okay. That's the first operation done. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer this little thing, dock it onto there. And for the other tank, I'll be able to harvest that docking port right here that it's currently attached to on the main ship. So, even though I forgot to put a docking port in one of these boxes, we could still do this. Okay. Okay. I can board here. You cannot board a full module. That science lab is full. I forgot about that. So, we're just gonna fly around. Back here, back down. I like that it still gives you the overlay on the moon while you're flying like this, which is gonna be very useful when we attempt a landing later. So let's board this. Okay. So that was the first operation. Successfully done. Second. I'm gonna want to focus my camera to right here. I want to control from here. And then I want to undock. There we go. Docking mode on. RCS on. This thing is very fast, so I gotta be kind of careful here. Okay. tiny bursts here. Okay. So now it's going to be a matter of going that way. Okay, so this is the right camera orientation for this. And this thing doesn't even have like it doesn't even have a reaction wheel, does it? No, it doesn't. So I have to do everything with RCS here. So, I'm going to spin this thing around, have the docking port face up. There we go. And now we can see vectors coming closer and closer to me. So this is how we're going to do this. And now we're docked. Okay. Beautiful. That was honestly about as smooth as it could go. I am going to drop a save here, because that next bit might get tricky. So, what I'm hoping is going to happen is we're going to decouple right here. A bit more fuel in there. Okay. Oh, we got ads. We got ads. I'm going to wait on the ads before I do this, because this is a bit of tricky maneuvering. So we're just going to admire the sight of this beautiful station for now. So one thing I did learn here that I have to be a bit careful about on the next one, those magnetic clamps are quite strong. Even on the little junior ports, the magnetic clamps are very strong. And so what that means is, you know, I got pulled into it and kind of rammed that docking port when I docked this little thing. The other problem that I'm seeing here... Yeah, the other problem that I'm seeing here is I'm gonna have to actually, while I'm here... Yeah. Because if I control from here right now... No, I want to control from here. Control from here. And then I want to look forward. Well, the problem is forward right now, I believe, is towards the camera. I kind of need forward to be this way. So we're going to declamp, we're going to undock, and then just rotate a bit. Try to line up a bit better. Just like that. Just very, very slight bursts of RCS here. Teeny tiny. There we go. And now we clamp right back on. So that way, it's either going to be forward or back. But I can switch that here. Could be reversed, could be forward. If I control from here, could be forward, could be reverse. I'll leave it on forward for now, until I figure out which way we're actually going. And now it's time to decouple. I'm hoping that the decoupler's force is going to be enough to push me back a bit. Okay. It is pushing me back a bit. Hello, Fricks. So what I'm doing right now is we're getting rid of these big tanks on the space station so I could clear up these docking ports, finally. Okay. Aha, okay. So this is actually forward. So if I do that, that should allow us to pull away from the station. Kind of going down. Because the one thing I just noticed here as we decoupled this thing is that the decoupler, since the decoupler is closer to the top, to the front of this thing, right now, if we burn, our exhaust is going straight onto the station, which is incredibly dangerous. So I definitely don't want that. But because I have SAS off, it's gonna keep spinning. So as long as I'm making some distance away, it should be fine. At some point, my exhaust is not going to be pointing at the station anymore. Or it's going to be far enough away that it's not going to matter. I could also attempt bit of spinning here, but the only RCS engines I have are on this little thing, so I'm not expecting to be able to do much here in terms of RCS maneuvering. I want to start this thing spinning. It's going to take a long time because right now I'm looking at prograde. Hold on. If I go that way. Okay. So this thing is definitely facing forward. Okay. This is fine. I got gimbal on those engines, and I got a bit of an RCS here that should allow us today's mission, crash this thing onto Min-Miss. That's the start. That's the first one. The second tank, we're going to do the same, because now we have deployed experiment stations on Min-Miss's North Pole. So I want to try to crash this thing as close to it as I can. Very, very slow throttle here. I'm just basically using the engine's gimbal to guide myself towards retrograde. Just like that. This is fine. Because now... yeah, I got nothing in terms of maneuvers to do for a while. And I'm not going to launch anything new until I'm done with this. So, what we're going to do now is I'm going to time warp down to about here. Ah, this is why I quick saved. Okay. Okay. I gotta make sure those solar panels see the sun. I gotta make sure those solar panels see the sun. If I run out of battery, I lose control. Yeah, that last quick save was right before I decoupled. Okay. So we're going to do that again. Because that wasn't too bad, honestly. Control from here. Control point forward. Okay, that's what I want. Then I'm just gonna... okay. Okay. This is fine. Yeah, I'm gonna want to point this thing retrograde from orbit sooner than later. As soon as the exhaust is clear from the station. I don't want to burn down my own space station. So. There we go, now it's recharging. Now it's recharging. I didn't even bring a spare battery on this thing, so I gotta be real careful. Okay, that went horribly wrong. This thing is not easy to control. Because I don't have any reaction wheels on it. That was my biggest mistake in these little things, is I should have put a reaction wheel on it. They become damn near impossible to control. And also, since that decoupler isn't perfectly centered, it actually causes some spin. Okay. Oh, that was very dangerous. That just accelerated me. Why am I spinning that way, though? I'm clearly going... Is my gimbal inverted? It isn't. I'm saying retrograde. Orbit retrograde. That's prograde right there. I mean... Huh? Are my vectors inverted here? Something's wrong, and I'm not sure what it is. My vectors seem inverted on my nav ball, which makes things very confusing. Default. Okay. So we're just gonna clear out the station for now. Okay. Then I'm gonna save here, because we gotta figure out exactly which way I need to point this thing. in order to go down. Okay. The other thing I'm going to want to do is I'm going to warp over there. Back to the south pole of Minmus. About here should do. So now we've gained a bit of distance from the space station. There we go. Okay. I'm going to give it tiny bursts here. Just to try and spin it the right way. But now I see the problem I've got is that my solar panels are not going to see the sun anymore. Okay. Thrust limiter 5% tops. Okay, it's not perfect. Okay. Now it's pointing kind of where I wanted to. Yeah, this thing is basically completely uncontrollable. And I'm basically out of RCS fuel now. So wait, that's retrograde right there on the nav ball. But I'm going faster? Huh? How? What? My brain cannot comprehend this because it seems like the vectors are inverted. And even then, the way the orbit was moving when I was boosting earlier, that looked like I was going radial rather than retrograde. Which is even weirder. Did I just need to have that pointing forward? I think that might have been it. Okay. Now I need to go retrograde. From that point of view. That was probably it. Okay. Just slightest bursts here. Which, you know, the nav ball is a bit confusing right now because we're flying right above a South Pole. Okay. Thrust limiter way down was the way to go. Then if I use very, very little bursts of speed, that seems to be going where I want it to go. The spin isn't great, though. I'm going to give it a bit more oomph. And as we get back to that, near that other green vector, I'm going to boost again. There. Okay, no, retro. Min-miss periapsis is 724 meters. I have a pretty sneaky suspicion that should be enough to crash. But I'm just going to give it a tiny bit more oomph. Just about now. There we go. That's a crash. That's definitely going to be a crash. It should crash suspiciously close to that min-miss rover that we've got. So, with any luck, now, I shouldn't have to do anything. This thing is just going to spin out of control until we crash. Three, 4 kilometer, yeah, because the highest mountain over on Min-miss, I believe, is 4.5 kilometers-ish. And I usually count 9 kilometers over the moon. Maybe 10. There we go. I mean, that's not looking too bad. That is not looking too bad. We're coming along decently close. I'm not sure why this thing... I mean... Yeah, I'm out of electricity, so I have no more control. I might need to put this thing in reverse mode rather than forward. Like, the vectors are weird. But we are gonna... Yep. And we have... that's a deployed experiment station right there. No, it's there. It's that one. The pink one is the rover. We're actually crashing closer to the experiment station itself. Only 20 kilometers away. At a pretty decent speed, with a decent amount of mass. There we go. That's a decoupler spinning. Oh, could it have been the decoupler having control? That could be. But this is now officially a piece of debris. And if we look here, yeah, that's a big, most G-force endured 63G. Not bad. Not bad at all. And this thing is just going to fly off and crash back down. So I might get a tiny little burst of science from that again, because I've got a seismometer deployed there. So that's nice. Okay. $63G, that was pretty good. As Jeremy Clarkson always says, speed is never an issue. Stopping suddenly, though, that's what gets you. All right, now it's time to get rid of the second one. We got ads over on one of the streams, but this is something we've already just done, so I'm gonna step out. Seaberry is gonna take care of this like a champ, because he is a champ. Okay. There is a bit of a trickier approach going on this one, because before I was using the docking port inside the box. Now we don't have a docking port inside this box, but I can recycle that one. That's my intent here. So if I hover just right here, I think I'm in range from here. So we're gonna go to construction mode and grab that docking port. Yeah! And then I want to stick it right here. Just turn around, laser beam it. Beautiful. Seaberry's a fucking champ. Also, look at him. This is literally Gomez Adams in Kerbal in Kerbal form. He's glorious. There we go. Back in. And now, same thing. So we undock this thing. Boom. Take control of it. That moustache is goddamn glorious. Okay. Kind of want to turn this thing around like that. There we go. Okay. I gotta make sure the spin. Okay. This thing is very lightweight, so it maneuvers a lot quicker than I'm used to for the amount of engines that I have. But we're not too far away from that docking port, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Plus, the magnetic clamps on these things are a bit ridiculous. Like that. Okay. Now the other thing I gotta do is I gotta make sure... Yeah, I gotta make sure to refill up on monopropellant. That was an issue I forgot on the first one. So... let's do that right away. I'm fine with wasting 20 units of monopropellant, if only to have a bit more control over this. There we go. Now we drop a save. And we decouple. Okay. So, yeah. With the decoupler being a bit more to the front here, I am not entirely surprised. I want to control from here. And I want my control point to be forward. Okay. But even then, if I say my control point is forward, we could see right now, it is inverted. It is inverted because right now it says I'm pointing at the sky. No, I'm almost pointing at the planet. So I actually have to go here and say, no, it's not forward, it's reversed. That's default. That is reversed. Okay. So I can remove docking mode now. And I'm going to time warp a bit, just so we gain a bit of distance from the station. There we go. There's the decoupler crashing back down. That was about a tenth of a science unit right there. Mohammed, hello. Good morning. Might not be morning for you, but good morning, because it is early morning for me. I hope you're having a good day. Okay. Do you play Brawl Stars? No. I have never played Brawl Stars. I don't really play these kind of games, to be honest. Okay. Use tiny bursts of RCS here to... I mean, we did get like 26 science from crashing that big rocket, so that is not bad. But yeah, Mohammed, the only kind of brawler-ish type game like, I really don't play a lot of these, so... That's wrong. Okay, that is not where I need to go. Keeps crashing, exits you. I mean, that's unfortunate. I've never played Roblox, so I have no idea. Can't help you there, dude. Okay. I am going to quick save here because if I want to crash close to the North Pole, Whoa, something else crashed. Something else crashed on the surface. And to generate 36 science, it must have crashed at ridiculous speed. This is Kerbal Space Program. One of my favorite games of all time. Okay, I time warped when I shouldn't have, because we're currently placed in a way where the solar panels cannot see the sun. What is the idea behind crashing these ships? So, okay, I can actually very quickly show. There is here. So the game has deployable science experiments. Basically, you can go on the ground. I landed here before and deployed all of that stuff, okay? This is a little science station that I've deployed on the surface of Minmus, near the North Pole. It's right here. It's that marker, okay? One of these things is this thing, a passive seismometer. Basically, you crash things on the moon. You crash thing on the moon to create earthquake and get seismometer data. And when you do, it generates science for you. All right, Mohammed, if you have to go, goodbye. Have a good day. So yes, basically, and I have a contract to, I have a contract right now to amass a certain amount of seismometer data. After which point it's going to give me a decent amount of money. So yes, I'm crashing things on the moon to create earthquakes to get science data. That's the gist. Playing KSP a few months now. Yeah, I've been playing since... Been playing for a very long time. Let's just put it that way. It's been years and years and years. Since beta, really. So... Since beta of the original game. So... Well over a decade now. Okay. Just giving it tiny bursts of monopropellant here to try to face the rocket the right way. Have you ever tried RSS or RO mods? I'm not sure what these acronyms are, so probably not. I've tried a lot of mods. Hell, this game currently has 817 mods installed. So... there's a lot. This game's fantastic. I love it. So I'm just giving it tiny bursts here, trying to figure out exactly. Oh, I've played Real Solar System before. I haven't played Real Overhaul, though. Okay. Okay, I'm basically boosting radial right now. So I'm just letting it spin nice and slow. until it's pointing the right way. That's basically the best form of control I have. And I can use Time Warp to kind of stop it there. It's just I have to be careful with Time Warp though, because if my battery empties, I'm done. So if I Time Warp, I gotta be sure that this thing can see the sun. Because there's solar panels on this side of this. And we're still within physics range of the station, so that's another thing to be careful about. Okay. That is not retrograde. Look at how the orbit moves. That is not retrograde. Why are you not cooperating here? Default tells me I'm basically... Okay, what if I keep it default? No. Retrograde. There you go. That thing, yeah, to generate 36 science points with very, 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 very little mass, because it was just a piece of debris from that first crash. But to generate more science for that piece of debris than the whole thing crashing, you know, it's just basically the amount of science you get depends on the amount of force you're able to generate. So it's, you know, mass times speed. It's about mass and speed to generate force. Because that was just a piece of debris. The mass wasn't there, for sure. It wasn't a heavy thing. It must have been coming in at tremendous speed to make that amount of science, though. Because I crashed at, what, 200 and something meters per second for this big of a ship? Okay, we're getting closer to where I want to be now, I think. What is the average cost of this Minimus bomb launch? Here, basically, like, this thing wasn't planned to be a bomb launch, to be honest. Those tanks were just supposed to be debris that I would get rid of when I launched the core of the space station. They were part of the launcher of the space station, and I ended up making it to Minimus orbit with fuel to spare, and I didn't want to waste that fuel, so I kept it until I could attach a proper, like a better fuel reserve, which I have now. And so now this basically is trying to make the best of it, of getting rid of debris and generating science at the same time. But that was never the goal of the mission. That was basically just bonus. Okay. I'm going to drop a save here, because I think I'm mostly pointing in the right direction. So let's figure out now. Am I going the way I want to go? I am not going the way I want to go at all. That orbit is not moving the way I want it to. Okay. Good thing I filled up on monopropellant fuel. Station's about to despawn. It's gonna help with the physics a bit. Yeah, in here, I'm just trying to make the best out of these things, because I had to get rid of them. I needed to get rid of them. Because the bigger problem here, if I switch over to the station itself, if you look at where the decoupler bits are for this thing, yeah, we don't see them, but they were coupled on these monopropellant tanks right there. So they were obstructing these docking ports. Here and here. And so it prevented me from growing the station quite a bit. Because I was out of docking ports to the point where I had to send out a bunch of other stuff. Now I'd rather use these as my fuel reserve. So I didn't need this tank anymore. Okay. I'm actually going further out than I want to. Why is it doing that? Do I have to switch that over to prograde? That vector is not cooperating at all. But then again, like, this is just me getting rid of debris. Like, this was not supposed to be an easily controllable thing. It was just something I need to get rid of. Alright. So if I put it forward and point it prograde instead, let's see where that goes. Because the last one, the first of these two tanks, I crashed down. Basically, I waited until I was South Pole and just crashed it down. Just gravity broke it, you know, just had a bit of a gravity break. But if I could throw this basically straight line, as close to the station as I can, that's going to generate me a whole lot more science, because if I fall down in a straight line, I'm going to be falling down a lot faster. Can you say get? Morning, troll man. Okay, I think this is kind of the way to go here. Alright, I'm gonna drop a save here. I think we've got this now. If I point that way. Now it's going the way I want to. Okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna... Okay. It is causing a bit of a spin. So the only thing I could really do now is wait for it to do a full spin. And then boost again. I'm actually going to give it a bit more thrust. I'm gonna wait for another spin, and then I'm gonna switch it over to stability assists right there, and I hope the gimbal compensates. There. That just made it spin even faster. Can you go to Duna or St. Duna Base? I intend to do it soonish. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that today because we're in career mode. This is not sandbox. So I'm just going to keep burning every time we get close to prograde vector here until the line basically lines up to where I want it to go. Which is just about there, really. Still here. Well, Mohammed, I'm glad you're still here. Thanks for hanging out. So, I want to establish a mining base on Minmus first, because I want that space station to turn into a refueling station for anything that's going to be on its way to either Duna or Eve or Ilu or Jewel or whatever other planet I might go. I prefer career mode. I have 2 space stations already, Trollman. We could switch to the one that is closest here. I've got one over the moon, one over Minmus, both in polar orbit. Similar design, although not identical. And now I have this little thing, which is just an ore transport. So basically just, yeah, I can convert ore into fuel here. So one thing I could do right now is take all of that ore, kind of transfer it over. Kerbal Space 2 is basically in limbo, from what I understand. Development's been basically abandoned, which is super sad. I'm just gonna do that, transfer all of the ore in there. So this thing, this little thing can land on Minmus. It has drills, and it has ore tanks to contain this ore. And then here on the station, if we look down there, we have a convertatron who can process this ore into fuel. So that's the first part. I also want to have a mining base on Minmus itself with a big fuel reserve and a big ore tank. And this ship is really just going to be ferrying ore from Minmus all the way to here. And then ships that are on their way out to Duna, for example, will be able to stop here, refuel, and basically leave very hot the Kerbal subsystem with a full tank of fuel, which will extend our range and make things a lot easier. This is why I built this. So, yeah. This is why I built this. So. Why just not use nuclear engine? I mean, I am going to use nuclear engines. Yes. But I don't want to be carrying like 20,000 units of fuel to be able to get the Joule. I want my ship to be a bit more maneuverable than that. How long has it been since you played? Because 7,000 Delta V doesn't get you that far. Unless you're talking about 7,000 Delta V on that one stage. Once you're already in very high orbit with no gravity pulling you. Mohammed, I am from Canada. I am from Canada. Eastern Canada, specifically. How many hours do you have on KSP? I would have to look on Steam. Hold on. About 800 hours. I have about 800 hours. And it has kind of messed with me a few times, because I've been playing for so long, and the physics engine's been reworked a few times since I started playing. So some stuff I still think of as the old version of the physics engines, and I have to fix myself. Just like let's say my launch trajectories, when to gravity turn and how. You've only got 69 hours. Nice. Yeah, as I said before, Trollman, I've been playing this game for a very, very long time. Alright. And now that the ads are done, let's crash a rocket. I still have electricity on this thing. Might as well take advantage. So, we're just gonna time warp a bit here. Okay. I would like... Boosters can get it to LKO. Yeah, you're right. It's just, I don't know. For me, it was more interesting to have a refueling station and a... Because basically, the other thing that we have to think of here... Let's say I want to build something really big. I do enjoy building big space stations. So let's say I want to build something really big and send it really far. And with career mode, we're limited by money. So I have to make the absolute most. Muhammad friggin' rickrolling the chat right now. Not even, dude. I was born in the '80s. I've got my dose of rickrolling. I've got more than a lifetime dose of rickrolling, and I've done plenty of it. So, I hear you. Okay, we're gonna time warp a bit more. I would like to have. I'm basically just trying to turn this rocket in a way that I could boost straight down. Okay, again, this is reversed. This should not be... Hello, Armus. Crimson the Raven of Raven the Crimson. I am not entirely sure what that entails. I mean, I've killed the Shrieker in Darkest Dungeon before. That would technically count as crimsoning the Raven, I guess. So from that point of view, I've technically already done it. Kind of. KSP without time warp challenge? I am not that patient. I was just hoping to turn this thing in a way that I could point it to, if I could point this thing to the ground and boost for more speed and more, for a bigger boom, really. That means I get more science. Okay, no. This is wrong. This is the wrong way. How much mineral propellant do I still have? Decent amount. So my nav ball's a bit messed up, but I think it'll be fine. So if I do that... There we go. Now we're talking. Boom. Okay. Use the time warp to kind of stop myself. Play case me. Really enjoy the flight itself. Make the time warp so low I can actually spectate the flight. I mean, dude, I get it. I do that too. I don't do that too much when I'm streaming, though, because some people find it really boring. But it's fun. I enjoy it. Alright. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take advantage of time warp again to stop my spin. But I'm going to do 100% thrust here on, that's a mainsail engine. So I'm going to gain a lot of speed. Like that. And then bam. That just gave me a significant speed burst. And then I'll do it again. Because the faster we crash down, the bigger the boom, the bigger the science. So there we go. That's the kind of speed I was hoping for. Well, well, well. So how much did we generate last time? 36 science? Something like that? There we go. That's the contract for the seismometer data. So that just gave me a bunch of money. That is what I was doing this for. And that just gave me 337 science. Impact energy 22,000% just from being able to boost down. The extra speed gave me a lot of data. Voyager mission no time warp in RSS. Dude, that would turn into, like, that would have to be a 24-hour, like, 24/7 kind of stream. I'd watch that. Alright. So that's that all settled down. One thing I want to do now is we're going to go back to the space station. Actually, I'm going to go back to the Space Center. Because now that I just got that injection of cash, now that I've got that injection of money, we might be able to launch something big. I've got over 500,000 now. We'll lose contact with it after 40 years of KFE stream. Yeah, you're right. Fair enough. So I've been working on a little something. Pretty big something. For the last little while. And it's this. This launcher isn't complete. I still need to add more to it. It has nowhere near enough Delta V. But basically, it is a mining and ore processing base. Got the mining drill right there. Got some big fuel tanks to store the fuel. We got the ore tanks down there. Store the ore. Batteries, solar panels. So 2 pieces of a base on a single launcher is basically what this is. One thing I want to do is kind of move these rockets up a bit. For stability purposes here. And this thing currently costs $171,000 to launch. So, I think we're going to be working on this. See if we could send that to Minmus to keep that station supplied. There is also the matter of the central hub that I'm undoubtedly going to want to send out at some point. The one thing that is very convenient from the way I've designed this is we've got these Meerkat landing assist gears. Those attachable landing gears actually deploy into wheels. So I'm able to kind of, once we've landed these things, I'm able to kind of steer them and roll around with them a bit. And then these pieces have docking ports on each end. So I can kind of connect them and assemble the station, assemble the base on the ground rather than having to land stuff super close to one another. Well, I still want to land stuff super close to one another just to make it easier. But if I'm off by a few meters, I could still correct it by driving that stuff. But let's be honest here. This rocket has nowhere near enough power. It's not big enough. So, we're going to go to the Jebediah Kerman School of Engineering and make it bigger. Quite a lot bigger. Yeah, that's the one. So that stage, I'm going to want to replace with skippers instead of mainsails for fuel efficiency. Gives me a bit more range. Got 2 minutes of burn here. My thrust weight isn't even high. My thrust weight isn't even high enough to be able to send this thing to space. So there's a thing. Also, okay, that base separator here. Force percent. I cannot have crossfeed in there. Yes, okay. Because if there ever was crossfeed in there in terms of fuel, then I'd be burning the fuel in this when I need the fuel in this to land. So kind of have to be careful about that. Okay. So I'm gonna need. I mean, we need SRBs. That's obvious. Luckily, I got a bit. Yeah, there we go. Kickbacks. We gonna use some kickbacks here. And I'm gonna put the kickbacks on the big stage that we are ditching last. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Quad kickbacks. So that gives me basically a dozen kickbacks here for an SRB burst. This is going to be a very lumbering launch. What is that playlist? That playlist. Oh crap! I forgot to put it up there. That playlist is by White Bat Audio. Who is an artist, synthwave artist, who basically, as long as we credit him, allows people to use his music in videos and live streams. So you've probably heard that in other videos by other people, I'm guessing. All right, 2 sets of clamps should do it. That's 285,000 for this launch. I think we got this. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of extra solar panels here, just passive ones. Right there. No, I just want 2. Because that opens that way. Okay, so. Or even... you know what, I'm actually going to go for the smaller ones. Landing space shuttle in RSS is hard? Yes, it is. And without autopilot, that would be quite a tricky piece of piloting, for sure. Alright, so I'm sticking a bunch of little super cheap solar panels here on the nose cone, just to make sure, because this thing is fully automated, it's not being flown by anybody. I gotta make sure that this thing doesn't lose power. I also gotta make sure that this thing doesn't lose communication. So, a couple of these little communitrons can even stick them outside like that, right there. should be just fine. Yeah, it's hard even in stock KSP. Landing a plane in KSP is doable, but it is a tricky maneuver. All right. I think we are ready for our first test flight. Yesterday you built a big A shuttle. Insanely hard to land. Yes. Oh, the game is struggling here. The physics engine is not enjoying me launching something this big with so many pieces, and it just collapsed. It's worth doing an action replay here. Oh yeah, the game is not enjoying me trying to launch something this big at all. This big and this heavy. To the point where the clamps just can't hold on to it. The SRBs are very likely not helping. The fact that it's clamped so high up in the air is also not helping. So I very likely... What did I route this ship? What is the route piece of this ship? I don't remember. I think it's down here. Because right now, yeah. Basically, what we saw is that it folded on itself. So I don't think the SRBs are the main cause here. I think... I mean, the nozzles are basically all even. But it's still... My guess is if I launch it off the launch pad like this, chances are very high that it's still going to fold on itself as soon as I hit launch. The big problem here is that the big boosters are not strutted at all to the centerpiece. So as soon as we start boosting, it's going to try to fold on itself. Basically, every single rocket here, the nozzles are going to start pointing outwards, making this circle of nozzles bigger, meaning the noses. These noses are pointing inwards towards the center of the craft, and it just folds on itself and explodes. I think that's what's happening. And if that's what's happening, I might have to redesign the launcher altogether. Because I got no room to be able to strut this thing properly. The way it's built right now. Okay. It is stable right now. My guess is it's going to try to fold on itself as soon as I hit spacebar. With some throttle, obviously. Full throttle. Let's attempt it. Yeah, it is flopping around. It is not folding on itself, surprisingly. But it is flopping around. And because of that, it's also damn near impossible to control. Because it's not all, like, the rockets are not all pointing in the exact same direction. So it doesn't fly straight. To me, that's a sign of... That's an obvious sign of this launcher has to be redesigned. Basically from the ground up. Like, all of that out the window. We just restart from here. But before we do that, I'm going to save, and I'm also going to go refill my drink. So I'll be right back. You know what? So, somebody said that they like watching the flights and things. I'm going to go back to a ship or a station. I'll go to the moon station. Let's go to a different station. And I'll leave you guys with that sight while I go refill my drink. It'll be a bit more fun to watch than the VAB. There we go. All right, be right back. There we go, we are back. There's also a thing I wanted to do, now that I'm looking at this. Because we've got, you know, we got Seaberry and his glorious moustache on the Minmus station. And eventually here on the Moon station, I'm also going to get rid of these tanks the same way I did the other one. Except I don't have those little clamps modules. I'm probably going to try to design something a bit better. To attach to this. Although I could leave these here as just a usual fuel reserve. That could also work. But yeah, I see, you know, we see Doofenshmirtz over there looking absolutely glorious. And also, we see, the absolute best name in this save file's history, Billy Bobfort Kerman. Who's also a mustachioed hero. And I might want to start trading some Kermans from one station to another. Just to get all of the mustachioed heroes. Probably in the Minmus station, because that's the one I'm going to be mostly working from as a refueling station. So it's very likely that I do this. I also should shut down some of these engines. Round of applause for Billy Bobfort. Always. Always. So yeah, I probably want Billy Bobfort and Seaberry from the other station and Doofen all in the same. Yes, I forgot to take that out. There we go, the BRB's gone now. And this station is officially completely out of fuel. This thing's gonna need a refill. I mean, it's gonna need ore to process into fuel, really. And I don't have that little lander, that little drill lander yet. So, but hey, we're working on launching a station anyway. Eventually I'll get a station on the moon as well, just to keep that station going. So let's go back to the VAB and design that launcher again. And last time we streamed this game, I brought back several thousand units of science from one of the stations. Pretty sure that it was a moon one. I did unlock quite a lot of things in the R&D department. Like that new probe core right there, as well as the flat remote guidance unit. I'm going to start making use of these a lot. I like those. And those RC0... Yeah, these things actually have really good guidance unit. And good vectoring on them. They're really useful. And I also got some of the bigger engines, like those Mammoth. I think we're going to be making use of these Mammoth engines. I think we're going to be making use of these Mammoth engines here. To be able to lift off this monstrosity. So, I'm going to have an extra SAS unit right there. Be able to steer this thing a bit easier. I'm going to have a fuel adapter like that one. That goes to even bigger. Sheesh. Kerbal cluster attack. Oh, yeah. I went for the really heavy rocketry here, exactly for the purposes that we have. So this goes there. This could go even bigger. S3 to S4 adapter. So that's an S3. That's an S4. That's a big old fuel tank. All right, I like that. So I could have that kind of as a central engine unit. And what I'm going to want here is going to be a cluster of fairly efficient engines that are not too demanding in terms of fuel. Skippers come to mind here. If I go 5 skippers, right there, that's already given me quite a lot of thrust. That's almost a single stage. That's almost, well, that's basically an SSTO with that amount of thrust. But the problem here, no, because it's counting the landing engines from the station itself as well. Okay. That's not gonna work. Nope, not that. Give me another. So I want this thing. Okay. So it has to be this and then this. Like that. Okay. Now it's telling me 3,500. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. And now we just gotta strap some rockets onto this thing. So let's do this. We're gonna go for some radial decouplers, the large ones. And I wanted to go triple last time in terms of the disposition of the boosters. I'm not gonna do that this time. We're gonna go dual. Mostly because having more than 4 external tanks attached to this thing is gonna bump into these engines. So I'd rather not. Okay. So this is fine. I'm gonna go for... let's go for a big Rockomax tank. Big Jumbo 64. Rockomax. In orange. Very important. We're then going to move that down a bit. Like this. Okay. After that... I do love the skipper engine. And I'm going to take advantage of that. Let's have a look at the aerodynamics here. I need a nose cone. That one. That doesn't look bad at all. Now, here what I'm going to do is try to prevent the mistake I made with the previous launcher. I'm going to strut this thing and kind of secure this thing properly. So, Throw that down there and there. And also, because the decoupler itself acts as a kind of a lever, kind of a fulcrum point, you gotta make sure to solidify both above and below the decoupler. Like that. Okay. So now that fires there, that fires there. Okay, and if I throw a fuel line right here, could even do it right above the decoupler right there. Like that. Okay, we're gaining some delta V. Not a ton, but some. Probably going to need something with a bit more oomph than a skipper. So we're going to go for mainsails instead. Or I could... Kodiaks are actually kind of tempting here. Wolfhounds! Well, hello there. Okay. Wolfhounds could be tempting. Thrust of 69 kilonewtons. Nice. They're okay. They're more efficient, but they have a lot less power. So we're gonna go for mainsails. Although my thrust weight is quite high already. I'm at 107 with skippers. $132 with wolfhounds. Okay. So I think we're gonna go with wolfhounds. Because I don't use the wolfhound engine often, so it's gonna be a nice change. So this is gonna be the basis here. Just gonna clone that. Throw that on this side here. I'm also gonna go and move the decoupler itself up a bit. And then that one up a bit. Just to make sure everything is basically the same height. Okay. This is good. This works fine. So now, if I am going to clamp this thing, I'm going to be able to clamp it around the central part itself, rather than on the external boosters like I had to do before. This is going to make it a lot less likely to collapse. And will also allow the physics engine to kind of get its bearings before everything goes down. Now, I'm going to want this to go there, and I'm going to want that fuel line to move. I'm going to move it down here. That is in the way of the clamps, so I can't move it down here. Let's put it up there, above the clamps. Right there. That looks pretty good. I'm also going to throw a structural reinforcement on the other one. Just there. And there. It'll help prevent... It'll help prevent the rockets from kind of flopping around side to side. So it should be able to kind of keep going in the same direction. 1.24. Okay. We're still lacking Delta V right now. This is not enough power. I'm fully aware of that. This is where the SRBs are coming in. So, we're going to go for the SRBs. Same attachment, same design I had before. I think we're going to go for a trio of kickbacks on each side. Which should help us get off the ground in a timely manner. So that and that and that should all be the same stage, and that stage should be right here. Okay. Even then, at 5930, that still feels not enough. I'm gonna make the Wolfhound tanks bigger. I'm gonna add more fuel onto these. Make them bigger. With one of that. So now it's definitely more weight, but it should give me significantly more range, and because of where my thrust to weight ratio is, I'm not even gonna have to go full throttle here. I'm gonna let the kickbacks do a lot of the work at the start and slowly ramp up the throttle as the kickbacks lose weight and fuel. I want these here and here. Those are fuel hoses, so to be able to transfer. Well, they're resource transfer, so you can even transfer ore through them, which is going to be useful to be able to refuel that one lander we have on the space station. Basically, I'm gonna land it close to that station, use these hoses to refuel it, and fill it up with ore, and then fly it back up to the station. That should do quite nicely. All right, 210,000. That's actually kind of cheaper than what I had before on the that's cheaper than what I had before on the old launcher. And very similar range. I'm hoping the stability is also improved, and I think it will be. Alright, it's worth a test flight, so we're going to give it a shot. This is looking very nice and stable. This is not a space shuttle. This is a base. This is a space base. What you see here are two pieces currently attached together, meant to land on Minmus to form a planet-side base. I've got a mining drill, a fuel processing unit right there. I'm not sure how stable this thing is going to be, but this is why we do test flights. So, full throttle. Let's give it a go. Oh, that is a lumbering start. That is also not flying straight. Trying to find your house, in RSS. I mean, that's a challenge. That's a thing. I am seeing my nav ball right now, and I know that it's not the right probe core currently being used. I want to control from here. There we go. Should be pointing at the sky. I also have a strong feeling. I think I know why it's not flying straight. Because these two pieces of the base... yeah, I'm starting to have suspicions here. That these two pieces of the base are... yeah, they're the same size. But I have a strong feeling that this piece here might be heavier than the other one. So I think it's throwing off my center of mass. Okay, well, it's flying straight now. Super launch! Yeah, JD. This is Kerbal, but 10x? No, this is Kerbal, but just retextured. I just have a texture pack for the planetary surface. Should not be a problem. Yeah, that would have been the other solution. Is if the pieces are not the same weight, then just have enough reaction wheels to compensate, and it should be fine. All right, solid boosters, done. Dropping that. First liquid stage is also almost done. Now it is. And we're just accelerating here. So I'm going to start gravity turning very, very gingerly. I can't be super aggressive with this because this is a heavy, heavy ship. Alright, okay, it's turning now. We're getting somewhere. Stick that onto orbit prograde. Let's see how it reacts. It is doing flips. It's doing flips. Okay, I was too aggressive with that turn. Clearly. So we're just going to crash back down to Earth now. Yep, that was the little too aggressive. I might have overdone it. So we're going to do a relaunch. Especially in that long, for that long of a rocket, you've got to be super, super ginger when you do your gravity turn. Need more thrusters? Potentially. Potential. That is quite likely. I might make, because right now the first liquid stage that drops off is this one. I might very well make it a lot bigger. Okay, we got ads. And I'm actually going to go back to the VAB here. I'm going to take JD's advice, and I'm going to make this thing bigger. We are a bit lacking power-wise, so I think that this particular fuel tank is going to become bigger. It's going to go quite a lot bigger. Yeah. Yeah, that should be a proper amount of thruster. Big old nose cone right there. Now that should be enough thrusters. So let us strut this thing on. Now what kind of engines are we looking at to put under this thing? I'm thinking rhinos, mastodons, maybe. Could be a cluster. I think we're gonna have to do a cluster here. So, what's the biggest engine plate I have? That one. Doubles, maybe? Yeah, I could do doubles. I'm gonna put them this way, though. Yeah, I'm gonna put them this way, though. And if we look here, I think I'm gonna go double rhinos on each side. Rhinos look stupid. Let's do mastodons instead. Yeah, double mastodon looks like it could work quite nicely. You know what? I actually kind of prefer the bigger variant in here. Like that. Ah, they're not powerful enough. They're not powerful enough. My thrust weight just went completely down the drain. Actually, if I do that... Hold on. That's got to go up there. Okay. Okay, that still takes off, but... when in doubt, more thrusters. So we're going to do a triple instead. Do I do... Is that the way? That is the way. Right there. Now that looks like it could be enough thrusters. I better strap this thing in though, because it is gonna get bumpy. So JD, I heeded your advice. I added thrusters, but I also made them a bit bigger. Slightly. Just a bit. Tiny bit bigger. I need a fuel line for this. Some external fuel ducts. Right there. All the way to here. Yeah. I think we're big enough now. That just basically almost doubled the price of that launcher, but screw it. Now at least it's not gonna barely take off lumbering along. It should have some oomph. And the gimbal on those is also going to help compensate with my weight not being perfectly centered. Mastodons are quite maneuverable for that size of an engine. Oh, the clamps are actually kind of struggling with the weight. 4 clamps is very much the limit here. I need my Kerbal engineer thing. Not having that window throws me off every time. I was wondering what I wasn't seeing. I'm going to put it in that payload bay, right up there. This rocket mission is a mining base. As we can see here, we got one piece of it right there, which is an ore processor, an ISRU. So it turns ore into fuel. And this one has a mining drill right there. It mines ore from the ground. So mines ore, puts it in these black tanks that we have on both parts, turns that into fuel to refill these fuel tanks right there. And these can be transferred via those hoses to ships landed nearby. So that's going to be basically the refueling base for the space station around Minmus. Because I don't want to be constantly sending refueling missions from Kerbin all the way to the Minmus station. It's going to go from the surface of Minmus instead to that station, which is a lot less demanding and a lot easier because Minmus's gravity is very, very low. Okay, I've got the Kerbal Engineer chip installed now. I've got a much bigger launcher. The clamps did struggle a bit with the weight, so I'm going to add another set of clamps here, just in case. just to hold on the bigger booster. Oh, game is working hard here. That is a lot of parts to physics. Okay, we get a little bounce unloading, but it is, from what I'm seeing, fairly stable. It is also, again, not using the probe core I want to use. That one. Thank you. All right. Take two. Here we go. Still kind of lumbering, but more stable and a lot more powerful. That's a pretty flame. There we go. Okay, I can actually kind of steer this thing. So, yeah. Our weight discrepancy is pulling us in a direction I don't want. But right now, I can take back control of this. I could steer this because the Mastodons have such massive angles for direction. Okay, I'm going to stay mostly vertical here until the solid boosters are done. I am having to fight this thing a bit. Okay. So now we start turning and we do it as smoothly as we can. Alright, yep, this is looking good. I'm just gonna stick it right there. On that surface marker. Just a little tap. Just a little tap. Yeah, these Mastodons are doing incredible work. I'm going to be using those a lot more now. I love how maneuverable they are. For such big engines, they're extremely maneuverable. Oh yeah, they're doing work. I'm going to go all the way up to 150 here. Because I want to ditch the big tanks before we, There you go. 3, 4, 5. Perfect. 135. That is not optimized at all, but for this kind of weight, I'm okay with the maneuvering costing me a bit more here to get to Kerbal orbit. Plus, we still have the orange boosters to help us here, so... yeah, reaction wheel's working real hard here. Rocket, please? Could you... That's anti-target. No, maneuver node. I took the wrong marker. I was like, why the hell am I not pointing the right direction? Because I didn't choose the right marker. Anti-target and maneuver node kind of look similar. Okay. From what I'm seeing here, we're going to be losing the orange tanks near the end of this boost. So... But this thing actually flies very nicely now. I'm glad I went for the Mastodon boosters. Here we go. Just line this thing up. That is a very, very pretty view. I like this. It is flying like a dream, this thing. I was a bit late boosting, though. So... things might get a bit dicey. But look at that. I should totally, yeah. When I go back to the Space Center, to the VAB, that Mastodon, that triple Mastodon booster that we used here, I am going to save that as a sub-assembly. It's going to become part of my standard super heavy launcher now, because that thing works so well. I also like that Penta booster arrangement here for the middle stage. That also is giving me a ton of power, and with 5 skippers in there, it's actually decently efficient. It's doing its job very, very well. Okay, Min-Mist is over there. Meaning if I want to go... Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I think the angle of the station's orbit right now is not bad. So let's say we maneuver there. Probably more about there. That was a bit much. Yeah, I got a pretty good clue that usually I'm decent at eyeballing that encounter. So, I don't know why. Building rocket is your least favorite part in KSP? Oh, well, I mean, that's why Steam Workshop exists. You could just download a bunch of rockets and fly those. I like both the building and the flying, so... There we go. That's basically perfectly lined up. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Now if I focus target, it's going to show here. That is not bad at all. That is really not bad at all. I am not far off from being basically perfectly lined up already. So, if I just... there. You like building until some problems pop up? Yeah, I get you. I've actually started becoming pretty decent at designing ships nowadays. So a lot of the problems... like, I've played this game so much that when I get problems, I usually know what the problems are and mostly how to fix it. What are the achievement? The heaviest vessel ever launched. That was my heaviest launch, this save file. Because we are limited by budget, I have been keeping most of my ships fairly light on purpose. So this is quite a heavy bastard. Mostly because of the base pieces, like those, that ISRU is heavy as hell. Same for these big batteries. All right, let's turn this thing. To our maneuver node. Yeah, that's basically perfectly lined up. So that should be all fine and dandy. This thing maneuvers a lot better than it has, a lot better than he had any right to. One thing I do realize, though, is that when we try to line it up with things, with vectors, it does cause a bit of roll that is not usually... that is usually not great. But I think we're fine. I would also like to spin this thing around. I'll give it a 180 degrees spin for the sole reason of having that solar panel getting as much exposure as possible. Because that ship being fully automated, if it doesn't face the sunlight, then the batteries are getting drained. Then again, I have more electric charge on this than on basically everything else I have in space combined, including the space stations. So, I'm not too worried about that. Alright, that was a very, very smooth launch. I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, this design here, this launcher design, I might actually put the whole launcher down as a sub-assembly. And reuse that for other stuff. Alright, so maneuver 1 coming up. We've got 888 meters per second of delta V here to burn. And about 3,000 in the tank. So we're burning about a third of our fuel just to start the transfer over. But we're not going to have to be doing a ton of maneuvering here. And also, I don't know why I lined up with the station itself. I don't need to line up with the station itself. So I'm not even going to do angle correction on that. I just need to line up with my landing spot, really. So... okay, I did overshoot a bit here. Whoa. Okay, no. Maneuver. Get back here. Min-miss encounter. There we go. That's what I was hoping for. Let's focus on that target. That's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. I want to just a tiny bit here. Because I want to be in basically a perfect polar orbit so that I can then line up my landing a bit better. And the landing plane I had spotted is currently on the night side of the moon. Timing that landing to be on the day side of the moon is also going to be tricky. I'm hoping that this booster arrangement is enough to get me in low, like in very low min-miss orbit. And then after that, I'm going to detach each of the... we're going to do that in 2 different passes. Where I'm going to detach the first piece, land that, and then the orbit right after, I'll detach the second piece and land that. Let's have a bit of a spin again for solar panel purposes. Just like that. Look at this. What a beauty. And you know what? I'm going to point this thing at normal vector just to make it look nicer in here on this exact screen at this exact moment. This is also a very good time to drop a save. Look at that. I'm actually kind of proud of this. This has been flying infinitely better than I had planned. That plane down here could be another option when it comes to landing. But there's one like there that I'm mostly going to be aiming at. That I think is the better one. Richer in ore. So... okay. I'm just going to time warp until we have to maneuver here. We can have a look. We can keep a look on the rocket while we do this. Was that an... that was an eclipse. I just time warped through an eclipse. Yeah, that's the moon. The moon itself just eclipsed the sun as we were going. Oh, damn. Okay. That's a friggin' sight right there. Very pretty. Okay, we have a bit of boosting to do. Not a whole lot, but I do have to be kind of careful about this. Yeah, that works. $80. 68, yeah. I'll probably want to do about 50-ish. But it gives me a good line of sight here. I'm going to want to stick to very low orbit until we can drop the base pieces. Here's another thing I've been thinking, though. I've been a bit stupid. I've been very stupid. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, I just thought of something here. You know what? Just for that, because we haven't switched, I can actually revert to the VAB, and I will. I know this thing flies well, but I just thought of something that will allow us a lot more flexibility. So the probe core that currently controls the whole thing is in that payload bay right here. That should be down below. Because that way I can crash the big rocket. I could still have control and crash the big rocket on Minmus, even after I release this. I'm also going to want a... Those are TD-25s, I believe, I need for this. Yes. Yeah. This is the way. Because that way, once we get to low min-miss orbit, I could just kind of park this thing in low min-miss orbit and just release each of the pieces separately when the timing is good. And just kind of take control over, like, using that. I'm also going to want to do, open this, reroute that to there. Okay. Close that. Clamps are fine. Yeah. Just that little arrangement of moving the probe core down to keep control of the main booster. That'll allow me to grab a bunch more science by crashing this thing onto Minmus at ridiculous speed if I have any fuel for it. Alright, so we're launching this thing again. For real this time. Tap it, tap it, tap it. I see you, Diddy. Saw that message late, though. Okay, we're in now. Look at that friggin' beauty. Here we go. Smooth. Super smooth launch. I'm giving it the slightest angle right now to start gaining a tiny bit of sideways velocity. Because my weight discrepancy does make me lean on one side, so I'd rather it be the direction I want to go. I can even ease off on the throttle a bit right now. Because I was fighting this thing a bit at high speed. In low altitude, high speed. So I'm gonna let the solid rockets do most of the work at this altitude, and then we're gonna boost back up once they're burned out. Ditch them, and then turn. There we go, we turning now. We turning now. And this is very controllable. As long as I'm not like overly aggressive with it and go too far away from the surface prograde, then I'm good. I'm fine. This thing flies straight and true. Very stable. A lot more stable than I thought it would. There we go. What a beauty. Much more efficient than the first launch, too, because I was able to turn earlier. Okay, Mastodons are done now, so ditching them. Yeah, so now that maneuver up top here is going to cost us a lot less fuel. Because that arc is already a whole lot wider than it was before. I'll do 115 this time. Beautiful. 115. Add a maneuver right there. What an absolute beauty. Yeah, this thing flies I'm still astonished at how well this thing flies, to be honest. I have stumbled my way onto a masterpiece of rocket engineering, it seems. I'll friggin' take it. And now we boost. We're going to ditch the orange tanks in the middle of this boost. But should still do pretty nicely. Yeah. I'll end up in low Kerbal orbit with a lot more fuel than I had on the first try. And now I'm going to be able to crash this thing onto Min-Miss as well for extra science as well. So that was worth redoing and relaunching. Okay, orange tanks are done. Ditching. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We're going to do that again. From what I remember, the Min-Miss encounter is just about there-ish. So yeah, about there. Bit more. I sense a Russian. I mean, I don't know if he's a Russian, but the Cyrillic in his name does tell me he's at least from Eastern Europe. Likely. Oh. That's an encounter. Yeah. It's a bit of a far away encounter, though. There we go. Just line that up. Right there. That's looking great. Also, good morning, Slav. Alright, so let's turn this thing around. This thing flies so smoothly. I'm reusing that arrangement everywhere now. That's just how it's gonna be. Everything from the decoupler down, including the external boosters, everything. I'm going to be reusing all of that for my super heavy launchers. Because this thing just so nice. I'll drop a save right here. And now we time warp all the way to the point where we have to boost. There we go. Look at that. What a beauty. I do like the sight of this rocket whenever it's boosting. I think it looks great. It looks sleek, and it flies. Like, it is legitimately super agile for the weight of the whole thing. Yeah, now we just time warp all the way to the point where now we turn the thing. Just straight up normal boost. Normal vector boost for a bit. And then that means that mining base, at least the start of the mining base, is gonna be ready to go. I'm also gonna want to I'm also gonna want to send out like a base hub sooner than later to attach these things onto, but for now, if I just dock them together, that's a viable start. Oh, we're gonna get to see the lunar eclipse this time. Look at it. Look at that view. I mean, come on. How do I hide UI again? I don't remember what the... Ah, there we go. It's F2. It's F2. Look at that! Just gonna very slowly time warp forward here. And now we witness basically a perfect eclipse. Look at this. Just gonna quick save here. There we go. Remove the HUD again. What a beauty. Thank you, Blurgert and Frakes, for the help here with the shortcuts. I didn't remember. And there's the eclipse. I'm gonna time warp it, just so we can have, there we go. We could see the whole thing kind of passing through. It's almost a perfect eclipse, too. It's a bit to the south, a bit down, but almost perfectly centered. Frakes, I'm not going to screenshot it because I'm very likely going to release this as a clip. instead. Probably make a short out of it or something. There we go, look at that! Very pretty. Oh, that, yeah. That's a very pretty sight. Quite happy with that. So, well, now we quite simply just have to fly to Minmus. So we're just going to time warp all the way there. I am not completely lined up here, but this is fine. Because I don't need to go to the station anyway. I just need to land this thing onto Minmus. So let's do the SOI change here. Right there. Gonna point this thing to retrograde and just boost. I'm gonna boost this thing down to very low Minmus orbit. "46 kilometers? That's decently low. That is not bad at all. Might even go a bit lower than that. 40. Yeah, 40's fine. This is a good place to park both of the base pieces. And then we'll land them one at a time. Yeah, then we're gonna land them one at a time. Because I have a very sneaky suspicion that these are not gonna be easy to maneuver. So I'm not gonna try to juggle both of them. Okay, so let's go all the way to our maneuver node. Got an achievement here. Heaviest vessel to orbit Minmus. Even the station core didn't count. Sheesh. Speaking of the station, I just had a thought. My brain does that sometimes. The labs on both stations have just been churning out science. Hey, Triple. Lurking and working. I gotcha. Yeah, so both of the space stations have just been churning out science, and I have not transferred that home yet. So I should do that. And I had a mission for a mystery goo experiment that I needed to stick in the lab. I think it was for this one, or maybe on the moon. No, I think it was on the moon. One of those two stations has a contract for one specific piece of science that has to go in the lab. There we go. 197 units of science in there. Boom. Just send that home. There we go. Beautiful. 1,677 funds. Okay, yeah, because I get a bit of money for each bit of science I make right now. Mostly because these stations are basically infinite free science making machines. So I take advantage of that to make a bit of money on the side too. Because I'm almost done with the whole R&D tree at this point. Like, the only thing I haven't specifically upgraded is the plane stuff. The space planes stuff. On transmit science. I'm fairly positive that it is on this station that I have to check for one experiment specifically. No, it's got to be on the other one. Is it? Or did I just recover it? Oh. No, it's on Minmus. It's that one. It's the surface sample thing. It's the other station. I'm not looking at the right station. Collect surface sample from Minmus's poles. Okay. Well, I did transfer some stuff. Let's go back to the Minmus station here. So let's have a look. Yeah, review data. That's the one. Do I have the room for the experiment I'm looking for here? It's supposed to be surface sample. Pressure scan, temperature scan, material, mystery go. Infrared. Crew report? No. Temperature study. Where's my surface sample? I know I have one. EVA science, maybe? No, that's in space. Crew report. Seismic scan. Nope. Surface sample from Minmus's pole. Right there. 188 data. Ah, okay. The lab is still too full. I still have too many experiments in the lab right now. I don't have the room to take this yet. So Frogs, thanks for the lurk. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's go back to this thing. Also, we're just about to hit an ad break for those who get ads. And usually ad breaks for me are also stretch breaks and bio breaks. Forces me to get up and stretch and hydrate. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do, leaving you with the sight of this absolutely wonderful, beautiful rocket with Kerbal in the background, right there. That's extremely pretty. Unlike the bot posting links in my chat right now. Alright. I'm gonna go refill my drink. I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Ready to fly. So we're going to time warp forward a bit here. As we get set up. Okay. This is the place I want to land. Right there. That kind of lake bed. Right there. That's the one. So, what I'm hoping to do here... What I'm hoping to do here is going to be... Allah! Thank you for the lurk. Good morning. Welcome. By the way, guys, Allah has a very interesting crepe recipe that we were talking about last night. Seems to be quite the cook. Alright, we boosting now. There we go. And all the way down. Beautiful. Okay, we're looking to land over there. So what I'm gonna do now, we're gonna be... First things first, I need to ditch that nose cone. I need to ditch that nose cone. So let's see here. I'm gonna stage up. It's gonna be this one there, and this one there. Okay. After that, it's gonna be... Okay, this is, wait, yeah, that one has to be a separate stage as well. I'm gonna have to reorder. I'm gonna quick save right here. Allah, you know I'm not gonna stop. Also, yep, Mando's laughing now. Perfect. So, don't forget the heavy whipping. Yes, very important. Very, very important. I should have... I didn't think about it. Actually, I thought about it. I just didn't have time to do it. I wanted to add a whip sound to my soundboard today and forgot. Just in case you guys showed up. Alright, so I'm going to drop a save right here. We're going to stage... here. There we go. So that works. Ditch that. You're terrible. You should know enough by now that yes, I am terrible. For everybody else's entertainment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming on Twitch. That's kind of the thing. I wouldn't be streaming on YouTube either. Anyways. Okay. Now I got the other part of this here. I don't think I can go much further out. So what I'm going to do... I'm going to ditch the engine as well. So we're going to ditch the engine, just like that. And then, for science purposes, that big boy is going right down to the moon. I'm crashing this thing down. So, we're going to turn this that way. And I basically want to aim at the experiment station, which is that one, that little marker there. Is it that? Not sure which direction is turning what right now, so kind of randomly hitting buttons until I find the right one. You love us, Allah. You know we're not that terrible. There we go. That's about right. That's about where I want to go. And then there. And then down. Just like that. And then we're going to boost this thing full speed. Straight towards Minmus. These things here, I'm going to want to land a bit more carefully. But for the cause of science here, we're going to crash yet another rocket. Here we go. And I want to crash it as close to this thing as I can, so I'm going to raise the nose up a bit. Still have plenty of fuel, so... Look at that. Raise the nose, raise the nose, raise the nose. I want to get closer. And now we crash down. Perfect. I might be getting a bit close. That worked. That worked. What a beauty. Crashed at 7.5 G. Perfect. Yes, vessel is destroyed. I noticed. Game. Is it not gonna... No, I absolutely have to go back to the tracking station. Sadly. That was a good crash. For science! It probably gave me quite a lot of science, too. Is my playlist over? I think it is. I should start another one. There we go. And now we go to that one. Boom. And we're going to start lining up to land these pieces. Which is going to be a bit tricky. Since, you know, the moon rotates. So landing on a specific spot on the moon, aiming to land on a specific spot on the moon, can be a bit tricky. If it's always stayed in the same place, it would be a lot easier. Let's just say it that way. I was wondering what that piece was. That's the nose cone. Okay. Probably gonna want to detonate that at some point. So we're gonna time warp to about there. Maybe a bit more. There we go. Okay, right here. This is a good spot. Which one should I drop first? I think the drill is going to be more important here. And yes, JD, I did say drill. This is actually a mining drill. So, there's that. And I know Frogs is lurking, so there might be a slight amount of PTSD involved here. So let's separate this piece of the base. Control from here. Okay. This is fine. And I have these little rockets here embedded in the structure that should allow me to land this thing relatively cleanly. I am gonna need, however, to kind of boost that way. And then slow down. There we go. That's not looking too bad. That should fly me right over it. If I go a little bit lower, yeah. Because the moon rotates, and it rotates from our current camera angle. It rotates that way. So that kind of lake bed here is going to move to the right from our current point of view as time passes. And I want to land in it. Ideally the lower part of it, the lower half. So this is right here where my cursor is very much kind of my perfect landing spot. So I'm trying to get a thing. Okay, so if I fly that, by the time I get there, this here should be right under me. That should be basically my perfect trajectory. I'm gonna need to extend the solar panels right now. Right there. Just to keep the batteries nice and full. Gonna activate these engines. Just like that. That was an anti-normal maneuver. I'm seeing it here. Anti-normal and slightly retrograde, so I am not pointing the right way at all. Quite the opposite. Okay. So basically, yeah, the goal is going to be, we're going to land this thing first. And then can I rename this thing? Yeah. That's a mining drill. There we go. And then the other piece, which is over there, is going to go around Minmus, a whole orbit. And then the next time around, it comes to about this place, basically down here near the South Pole. Then we're going to line up to land the second piece. Yeah, that's about as good as I'm going to get, I think. Let us time warp forward a bit. Till we get to the point where we need to start boosting. Just like that. Yep. That is not going the way I was hoping. More importantly, why are you spinning that much? That's because I'm passing right by the South Pole, so the nav ball is being a bit fucky right now. Okay, I just need to get to that blue vector right there. I see you, maneuver node. Oh, this thing is not very cooperative. Why are you spinning like that? I'm guessing the center of mass is way off. And so it doesn't want to boost in a stable way at all. And if that's the case, it's going to be a nightmare to land this thing. All it does is it spins. Oh no. Oh, I have made the terrible mistake. I'm going to go very low thrust limiter here. I'm going to go for 15%. Going to try to balance it out. I have not, you know... There was no way to really test this thing in flight before now. And I am realizing that this is not going well. Most importantly, I also realize this thing does not have a reaction wheel. That's why it keeps spinning all over the place. I keep thinking that probe core has a reaction wheel, but it doesn't. And because of that, now, this thing is just spinning. Okay. That's not great. How am I going to do this? Yeah, Spinner McFlinner. We might have to rescue this thing. That's very low orbit, though. That's going to get tricky in a hurry. I have an idea to fix this. Okay, let's go back to the Space Center. Back to the drawing board. We need to... Yeah, I don't want to destroy these pieces. Which means... a daring rescue mission is going to be in order. And also the second piece that we also have in orbit is very likely going to have the same issue. I should test that first. Because if it flies stable, that means I don't have to fix it. But we know that the mining drill itself is not stable. And doesn't fly at all the way it should. So, let's go back to the second piece, which is the fuel processor bit. Maybe that one has a bit of a better weight distribution. I strongly suspect it doesn't. I very strongly suspect that it doesn't. So... ugh. Okay. Right. Let's ditch that piece. Okay. That was not the piece I wanted to keep focus on. There we go. Control from here. And I'm just going to attempt just a slight boost. Yeah, same problem. Same problem. So basically, because that's a fuel tank, that's a fuel processor unit. The fuel tank, full of fuel, is a lot heavier. But the two engines have the same power. And because I don't have a reaction wheel, I can't compensate. So, yeah. Alright, back to the drawing board. We need to fix this. I'm gonna be renaming this ship before we go, though. It's gonna be... That is the fuel processor, and it is part of the base. There we go. Operation Dispinner. Kind of. It's Operation, we're gonna figure out a way to put some reaction wheels on this thing. That's the gist. And yes, Allah, this rocket is currently broken. We're gonna fix it, though. That's what makes interesting content, is when the plan goes to shit. And the plan has clearly gone to shit. So... Magnet! I don't see how we could do that with a magnet slab, but sure. I guess. I also have to figure out a way that I can afford to fix this. That's also going to be a challenge. Alright, here we go. So, I wanted to check one of these hubs to start with. Mostly because I intend to land one of these. So I might try to take advantage here of the fact that I want to land one of these. What is the mod that adds the base parts? It's the K&K Space Base, if my memory serves me right. Hold on, let me open CK and I can tell you in a second. All right, Fricks. Well, thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good day. Yeah, it's the Kerbal Planetary Base Systems mod. That is what adds this and the other pieces that we saw before. So, it's a Mark II drone core. I was hoping to get... That's an actual drone core with torque and reaction wheel. Planetary automated control. How? It's a how. Okay? Reaction those are actually planet-based sized reaction wheels. I just forgot to add them. God damn. Okay. How am I going to do this then? And also that. Cargo part. Does that have... That also has reaction wheels. Okay. That might be the way. These things are a top-mounted reaction wheel that can count as a cargo part. So if I bring, let's say, 4 of these, little planetary landing control things and get an engineer to attach them to the currently drifting and spinning parts, we should be able to take back some form of control. Okay. That's the plan then. Right. So, that means we gotta fly somebody out there. Now, I'm wondering if that somebody should be somebody we bring from Kerbal directly, or if it should be the engineer we have on the space station. For that, we're going to have a look at our roster. I don't think we have that many Kerbals that are currently not in flight. All right, thank you. Have a nice stream. Have a good day. That's very nice of you. Have a great day. And just thanks for hanging out. Even if you have to go, I'm very happy that you just showed up. Okay, so who do we have on the roster right now? We got Bill, we got Bob, we got Valentina, and we got Millery Kerman, who's a pilot. But we have Bill. Bill and Valentina could be the crux of that effort here. Bill's a level 1 engineer. He could do this. And just doing that rescue mission will probably level him up to level 2. Okay. So Valentina and Bill are going to fly this. We just need to design a rocket that can transport the stuff that we need. And then we go fix those base pieces. So, let's have a look at cargo bays right now. Because to begin with, we need a cargo bay. I think that one's going to do just fine. So we need a cargo bay that can contain four of these. So I'm looking at the capacity down there. That's about half of it. Okay. That means I can bring, let's say, 6. Just so we have a couple spares. Always good to have spares. Next. I also wanted to have a spare one of these, if I can. These are very big. I could just fit that. Okay. So this is our cargo. Okay. This is our cargo. SCQ-24 storage unit. Now we just have to build a ship around it to get to Minmus. I'm going to be able to go with the bigger control pod here. And a reaction wheel and an avionics cone. Let's do structural. Where is it? Structural. Just want a little cone adapter like that. Okay. Now, I'm going to need this thing to be fairly maneuverable. I wish I could have, like, one of these adapter cones, but with monopropellant fuel in them. There's no such thing as a monopropellant tank that is cone-shaped. And that is huge. That feels... I don't need that much monopropellant fuel. Is there... payload. That's a circular one, isn't it? Yes. Alright. Alright. I think we can work with that. 8 times storage. Boom. So with that... Actually, do I even need... I could have a storage container in there. That... KNK container... Like, if I stick 2 of these instead... Come on. Nope. I know. Game. Cooperate. Thank you. So if I do that... Open that up. Ah, it's not the same kind of inventory. Okay, that's not working. That is not going to work. I think it's container for big parts. I think is actually what I'm looking for here. Yeah. That's better. So I could throw 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 of these. Okay. Beautiful. And now I do the same thing here. So that I can get a couple of extra spares. So, no. Like that. And throw that away. And then this. So, 1, 2, 3. And a docking port. Beautiful. Okay. So there's my payload. Boom. Now I need to get this to... So I need some monopropellant fuel to be able to maneuver this thing. Like that. And then we go with... what else? I could just do regular fuel here. Like one of these. What mod is that? That is the same mod as the planetary base system. It's a planetary base system mod. Or if you're talking about, yeah, Slav is currently playing Mindustry, so that's completely different game. Okay. I think this is good. Now, I'm going to go for, that's a 2.5 meter tank. So, that one. Okay. Then we go for an engine plate. a 25 engine plate. I'm going to keep it about that length. We're going to go for a double kind of setup here. Lurgert, yeah, so that's part of the, yeah, that is part of the planetary base mod as well. These modular little things are super nice, and you got a bunch of stuff in that format too. Like if you look at utilities here, you even have, you've got ore containers, you've got, what else? I know you got batteries as well that fit in there. You got ore containers, you got fuel cell containers. I often use those to kind of hide service bays for science experiments as well. Attachment stuff, lights. Yeah, even cargo containers, fuel tanks. Some of that stuff is just kind of reinforcements. And yeah, so, okay. I'm gonna want some engines on this. Little Terrier engines, I think, is gonna be just fine. So I got 1,500 meters per second of range here. If I use just this, that tells me that this fuel tank isn't big enough. I'm going to need something a bit bigger. Probably that one, just twice as big. 2,200 meters per second. When it comes to just this, with a big enough launcher, that could work. So, gonna be the cargo base repair ship. Okay. I'm gonna save that right now. It's been a while. Alright, so what I'm gonna do now that I've saved this, we're gonna go back to that other big launcher that we sent before. Because I basically want to steal a whole lot of this. I'm gonna do that. There we go. Nope. Ditch that. Go to sub-assemblies. That's going to be my super heavy 2.5 meter launcher. Boom. Go back and I say don't save. Go back to the base repair ship. Right there. I'm probably not going to use the whole super heavy launcher, but I'm going to lift part of it. I guess this thing now has so much Delta V that it's not even remotely useful. I think what I could do, legitimately, is ditch those two giant ones. That's that. Okay. Next, I think I could also ditch that payload bay, because it's not going to be remote controlled. It's going to be piloted by somebody. Also going to want these, yeah, to go bare. Yeah, just so we have a bit more room. 8,000. Do I? At 8,000, I don't even think I need. Then again, I gotta be able to get to both. And then go home. Or either get to both and then go home, or get to both and dock with the station and refuel there. Blurger, thank you. Thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. It's very nice. Okay. So you know what? I'm ditching this. As much as I love my avionics cone, this is not the way. I'm also going to need to bring these people back home. Okay. So, let's do something else here. I am going to need a docking port. I am going to need a heat shield and some parachutes. I am also going to need that reaction wheel to be a bit more centered. Like that. That'll allow me to turn easier. Also going to use one of the shielded clampotrons. There we go. So I could just, yeah. This is good. I'm gonna need some RCS thruster blocks. I got some over there, and then I'm gonna throw a set of them down here. Okay. And finally, I need one of those, and I need one of those. Heat shield, there, there. That, along with some parachutes, should allow me to get home safely. So, those radial mount parachutes. For that little of a command pod. 2 drogues, 2 of these should be just fine. The biggest problem with those modular things, though, is it can be a bit of a pain if you want to attach things radially to it. That all fires at the same time. I'm not going to want the engine plate to fire off at all. I'm going to keep that there. Okay. So this is the full... Ideally, I bring all of this home. But if I have to ditch the lower part, then I will. Okay. Next up, boom. Big rockets on that is a tried and tested launcher that I could just use as is. My staging is a bit off, though. Which is why I was wondering why my Delta V was so off. There we go, 7,500. That looks pretty good. And I can actually afford to launch this thing, which is even better. I might not even need to dock back onto the space station. I might have plenty of fuel. But I'll take advantage of it. All right. Valentina, Bill, and Bob are going to be flying this one. We don't really need Bob, but we'll bring him along for the ride. He could be of use. To the rescue! Billy, Valley, and Bobby. Damn it, Bobby. Pretty sure this rocket runs on propane and propane accessories. Ooh, there was a bit of wobble there. Not sure I like that. Uh, 152. Ah. Hold on here. Okay, now if I don't go full throttle, it should be fine. So, we're gonna go half throttle. And actually, yeah, one of you is about to get a few of you are about to get an ad break, which means stretch break and bathroom break for me. So I'm gonna leave you right there with a view of the beautiful Kerbal sky and these guys getting ready to launch. There we go. My drink has been obtained, and the ad break is just about over. We're gonna get ready to launch. I'm gonna go half throttle on this. I really just want the kickbacks to be doing most of the work early on. And 3, 2, 1. Power! Oh, I'm gonna need a bit more than half throttle. There we go. Steady on. Very, very nice and steady. We're just letting the SRBs do the heavy lifting here. This is fine. Valentina piloting this like a boss. Can actually reduce throttle now. We're going quite fast. And now we can start turning. Oh, that is a bit of a trickier turn this time. There we go, we're getting there. We're getting there. It is shaking a bit, but it's responding decently well. And now we're gaining a ton of orbital speed now. Because this is a very, very, very aggressive gravity turn, but this is flying perfectly well. This thing is steady. Basically flies like an arrow right now. That is glorious. Basically taking something very similar to an SSTO trajectory right now. Just boosting sideways so much in atmosphere that we get basically a full orbit before we even go to space. Look at that. I'm almost in orbit already. It's going to cost me nothing to round out that orbit. So, and I'm not even out of the atmosphere yet. This is... I seem to have stumbled in a configuration that works incredibly well. Like, a lot better than I have ever expected. That 5 skipper setup here is just glorious. I'm also guessing I could reuse that piece if I need something with more oomph. I could probably reuse that as a quad mastodon setup as well. I'm guessing that would work very nicely. So Minmus is over there right now, so I'm guessing I can catch it about here. There's my encounter. Yeah. That's an encounter. I'm going to have to fix the encounter once we're out of Kerbal orbit. But so far, so good. And I'm still... It's going to take me about half the fuel I've got left in this tank. And I might be able to squeeze a bit more Delta V out of this. I'm wondering if I shut down some of these engines, if it would allow me to save on fuel. Even if I boost for a bit longer, if I have less engines burning at once, I might be able to squeeze more Delta V out of this. Like, at this point, I don't need 5 skippers. I could just use 1. So, let's say I shut down all 4 of these. Are you using the near future mods? Not this time. I've used them before, but not this time. It's giving me a slightly higher number here. I'm gaining a tiny bit of Delta V. Alright, Slab, if you have to go, you have to go. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So we have about half an orbit to go. So we're going to warp right there. Blurgert, you made it to the main menu! Yes! Yeah, when you have a lot of mods, that game takes forever to load. Oh, I should be boosting already. I might have warped a bit too far. Steady on. There we go. It is more efficient, yeah. It takes longer, though. You gotta burn for longer, because you have less power. So it throws off your counters a bit. But I can compensate for that. This is fine. And, I mean, it's not as if I was using useless engines either. Like, a skipper could still push. I'm now wondering if I could... No, I'm not wondering. I am now certain that what I should do whenever I use this configuration, instead of just going 5 skippers, I should probably have 4 more powerful engines here and a super efficient, weaker engine in the middle. So have a skiff in the middle here with four, let's say 4 mainsails around it, with an action group to shut down the mainsails. That would be a very easy way for me to save a whole lot of fuel. I should definitely integrate that in my design. Okay, we started boosting a bit late, so we're a bit off. Come on, give me that encounter. That is an encounter, but it is way off. Alright, we're going to focus target here, and we're going to figure out a correction burn. Yeah, we're going to need a significant correction burn. Although in terms of angle, it's not too bad. But actually, that is not a bad angle at all. I am not far off here. I'll need a slight correction, but like once I'm here, which way are they going? Oh, wait a second. No. So, the 2 base pieces that we have here. What is this thing? I don't know what that thing is. Might be a piece of debris, maybe a piece of a decoupler or something. That's currently detected as a probe. But from our point of view right now, the base pieces are going counterclockwise. They're going that way. So I need this to basically be on the other side. Okay, so I am going to need a correction burn. So let's figure that out right away. Because the earlier I do it, the less fuel it demands. So what I need to do is go, nope, the other way, like that. Okay. Bit more. And a bit down. Bit more down. That looks pretty good. Because then at that point, once I'm about here, then I'll be able to kind of slow down and turn that way. To start lining myself up with these things. Yeah. That. I mean, it's not perfect, but gets me pretty damn close. Okay. I'm going to switch to this thing because I don't know what it is and it bugs me. That's clearly a piece of debris from when we separated the base pieces. But what is it exactly? Oh, it's that thing. It's the decoupler. Okay, that thing needs to get destroyed. I want it off of my UI. So I am just gonna remote detonate it. You know what? Yeah, I am going to remote detonate it. And then after that, I think this is going to be a good time to wrap it up. We now have a mining base on its way to Minmus. We're going to have a bit of a cliffhanger here for the rescue mission, but that rescue mission is just going to happen next stream. There we go, just detonated the base part. I'm gonna have a good look here to see who among my friends is streaming. I'm gonna figure out who I'm gonna raid. I think it's time to raid out. I'm gonna have I'm gonna go back to that mining drill here, just so we have a bit of a better view while I'm figuring things out. Yeah, I have been streaming for about 5 hours, which is just about my standard. Usually stream about 5 hours a day. Sometimes I do a lot more, but usually I stick to about 5. And also, yeah, the game is starting to struggle because memory leaks and things, so. But this is our little mining drill. So what I'm going to be wanting to do here every day. Usually I do 6 days a week. I don't usually stream on one of the weekend days. Lately it's been Saturday, but I think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Probably going to take Sunday off. But other than that, yeah. I've been working on a very, very, very weird schedule for quite a long time, which allows me to have my mornings to stream. Well, my work schedule is just what it is. I just take advantage of it to stream. And because of that, usually that means streaming early morning North American time. And I usually go for 4 or 5 hours most days. And if it's a point at my work where I have to change up my sleep schedule, like it happened a couple days ago, then I can stream for a lot longer. I've done 12 hours a week ago. I did 9 hours 3 days ago. So it really depends on my working schedule. But I usually keep a minimum of 4. Yeah, so this is the thing we're going to rescue next time. I'm going to attach basically a reaction wheel on top here and another one on top here. These little junction points are going to be a good reference. And tomorrow, what am I going to be streaming tomorrow? I think tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Darkest Dungeon. That Blood Moon playthrough is coming along quite nicely. And I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a very fun time. We're getting very close to the end of the game. So that should be interesting. All right. Do I have a friend to raid? That is the question. From what I am seeing right now, I don't have a friend to raid. All right. I'm just going to look at whoever else is streaming Kerbal Space Program right now and find somebody new to raid. I'm seeing... Okay. What do we got over here? Alright, I found somebody. We got Rosie Kushner here. Currently streaming Kerbal Space Program. I don't know her. She seems to be flying interesting stuff right now. So, screw it. I'm raiding her. So for those on the Twitch, just make sure to spam the either the QT or the KISP emote. For those who have them. Starting the raid in just a few. But that is enough for today. Thank you guys for everybody who showed up and hung out, and the lurkers and the talkers. Take care, everyone. And tomorrow, Darkest Dungeon. Bye-bye.